Here at the Yakima Fairgrounds. Excited for another big day of racing with more qualifying following with the finals. At this time, I ask that you please stand, remove your hat for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, race fans, are you ready for some action on the water? I can't hear you. I know it's early, but are you all ready for some action on the water? Island hoppers, are you ready for some action on the water? How about a VIP center? Can you be louder than our race fans? All right, let's load them up and light them off. We're going to go racing. All right, race fans, we're doing some last-minute adjustments to the track.
They're working on the timing section over here on the east south side. You can see there's a couple of those systems down there ready to race it. You'll see some black sheets inside those tubes are what we call the islands of the water. That is when the timing starts as these races go through. They're going to see the track, and then on the south end, there's another set of tubes. That's the end of the track. We're here in 2026 Yakima Fairgrounds for our ASBR racing. You're here yesterday. Welcome back for day number 2. You're brand new to our sport. We are Central Racing. We have a lot of horsepower, a lot of details going through the sport.
Out on the track, there's a lot of what we call channels. Each one of these crew members and teams are given a rotation. They must go through and hit the left and right through the rotation. You can find our rotation for this weekend at ASBR Pro Racing Series on our social media. We're going to get some of our car boats out onto the water here shortly so you can get a little bit more of an idea of what's going on. We're excited to be here this weekend. Our next race will be July 25th and 26th in Port Angeles, Washington. Then we'll be making our way back over to the sunny side in Yakima, Washington for August 15th and 16th. Traveling back over to the west side in Port Angeles, September 12th and 13th. Then we cross over the Idaho border in October. Our schedule is listed on our social media of ASBR Pro Racing. First out on the water, it's going to be the 03, a full tilt. Selden Weber and his navigator, young Summer Shoup. Her first time out here in this front boat racing. Talked to her last night. She says she is absolutely loving her ride. You can see that the gloves on her hand are a white glove. That tells their driver to go left or right. She must memorize the track rotation before she heads out onto the course. You'll see she hits it left and right, left and right. Each one of these navigators has specific hand signals for each one of these drivers so that they can make it through this course. I just said it earlier, they have a certain rotation. At the beginning of the season, these teams are given 3 sets of rotation. They do not know which one of those sets of rotations they will be racing until the day before the race. Last night they made some adjustments to our track. They added a little bit of water, which is going to speed these boats up, and we just had a perfect example of how the times are going to be extremely better from yesterday today versus yesterday. In the 03 yesterday, his fastest time was an 86.139. He just ran a 73.603. A spectacular run by the 03. 199, Sammy McKinney at the driver's seat, sitting in what we call the silly seat, which is the navigator, Larry Steele. They call this boat Guano Loco. Started driving in 2021. Powered by a 355 Corvette motor. Quality canopy and construction out onto the track along with Envision Designs, Performance Specialties. Sammy McKinney brings it down through the finish line to hit the last part of the tracks. You'll see where he comes into a big spin-out pool. I sometimes think these drivers have more fun going through the spin-out pool, whipping it around. A great run by Sammy McKinney and Larry Steele in the Guano Loco 199. Another driver who decided to step up the speeds today for Sunday's 5th round of qualifying with a time of 81.825. The 199 Guano Loco, a time of 81.825 on the 5th qualifying run. Next coming out, going to be the Slippery Pickle, one of my favorite boats that's out here on the track. A reminder to all of our fans, the pits are open to the public with a small fee. I do highly encourage you come into the pits to meet and greet these drivers, teams, and crews. If you make your way down to the Slippery Pickle, make sure you go down and go give a big hug to Debbie down there. You'll know what I mean when you make your way down there. He does have a lot of swag down there as well, and he'd be glad to sign any swag that you purchase from him if you bring down one of your kiddos. It's always fun to buy a kid's t-shirt, have them sign it, and take it home, wear it to school next week, wear it down to the beach, show off that you were here for the 2026 Yakima ASBR Pro Series Racing. Tent located over there on the west side of the pit area. They do have a wonderful program there that gives you all the information on each one of these drivers, the classes. You can keep track of all of their times. The Slippery Pickle just came back in the 6:11. Yesterday he had his fastest time at 67.850. This morning, knocked a few seconds off of that. The Slippery Pickle with a 64.233. Slippery Pickle with a 64.233. Out on the course, Jeff Purcell and his sister, Margaret Purcell, a brother-sister team out here on the track in the 154 of Purcell Racing. If you're not racing hard, go home is his theory. If you were here yesterday, you saw that over on the east side of the track, he decided to take a little bit of a, I guess you could say, a drive down the memory lane. Went about 70 feet onto land. You were here last year, you saw a few of our drivers that unfortunately came off of the track and out onto the grass. That's why we keep all of our fencing as far back as possible. That's for your safety. But make sure you post all of your videos and your pictures for here for the 2026 ASBR Racing. Throw it across your social media and make sure you tell them that you're here. We'll be back here in Yakima in August, on August 15th and 16th for another round of racing. Jeff and Margaret Purcell in the 154 Purcell Racing, like I said yesterday, unfortunately beached their boat over here on the east side of the lake, had some damage to the bottom of the boat on the skid fin. They had to replace that skid fin. Might have made a factor in this. Their time on that was 75.477. 75.477. Just about half a second slower than his fastest time yesterday. Making the drive across the border from Hempstead, Oregon is the 509 Bad Idea Racing. Eric Petring inside the cockpit and behind the wheel, and his good friend Karen Mesa as the navigation. You can hear that popping a little bit. That's him hammering down on the throttle, trying to clean it out. Back in April, we were blessed to be able to go down to Ontario, Oregon for a taste and tune. Unfortunately, had some motor issues, blew the motor up, went over to his biggest competition and said, hey, how about that motor that's sitting in your backyard? Said, here, go ahead and give it a try. Threw that right into that 509 Bad Idea race boat. He's out here in the Yakima. He's going to make his way down that Channel 2. Gets a little overcorrected, been able to bring it around through that front stretch over there on the west side of the track. Come down for the final stretch. Please keep in mind, I did say the final stretch, and unfortunately, as I said that, he took a right-hand turn down Channel 2. That is a DNF for the 509 Bad Idea. A DNF on the 509 Bad Idea. These drivers are given a specific rotation out here on the course. 24 rotations they must memorize left and right. Seems pretty easy when you're sitting up here and you can overlook the water and overlook the track. But when you're inside the cockpit, you're sitting so low, those corners come up awfully quick through those islands. I would know from experience. I got the pleasure in April for my birthday to be able to go out in one of these boats. And let me tell you, it only took about 3 turns before my giggling was so loud, I decided I might have to try one of these boats. If you want to get into the sprint boat racing, it's very easy. Come on into the pits, talk to these drivers and crews to see how you can get involved with our sprint boat racing, or go to ASBR Racing Pro Series on our social media. Bad Habit, number 1, coming out onto the course. That's our 76. Fairly new to sprint boat racing. Going to take it a little bit easy coming around the track. But the G-forces these drivers are hitting is incredible. You'll see speeds up to about 80 miles an hour through the backstretch. Boat, motor, and driver all weigh between 1,100 to 1,400 pounds. These are an aluminum hull. They also have composite seats, and as you can tell, they have a roll cage on the top. It's a high-strength steel tubing, just in case one of these takes a little bit of a barrel roll out of the track. Each driver does have fireproof gear set on, a fireproof gloves, helmet. Some of our drivers run methanol fuel. That will be some of our high performance. We'll see those later on this afternoon. You'll see an M on the side of the boat. That tells our island hoppers that they do have methanol. As y'all know, it is invisible to see when it's on fire. So that is what we do to make sure that our island hoppers know to keep an eye out. We want to thank all of our island hoppers out there. They are a big, big part of our racing, along with all of our race officials and volunteers. Alex Hegsby and Katie Brownsberger of the 76 Bad Habit getting really comfortable in their boat. Yesterday they ran a 96.320, a 98.334. Today they cut that down to an 88.709. Out on the water is what we call our LS class. We have 4 different classes out here this weekend. The LS class is 550 to 650 horsepower inside the cockpit of that 10-foot aluminum boat. We're down for the first set of traps. Timing is already set for him. It said he must do 25 turns through each channel. There's a map on our Facebook site of ASBR Pro Racing to give you an overhead view of each channel. It also on the bottom will give you the rotation that these navigators and drivers must memorize. The 219 Instant Velocity is brought to you all the way out of Longview, Washington, driving a Pulse boat. This is a Pulse hull built overseas in Australia, but they're planning on making their way and starting to do production here in Lewiston, Idaho. So if you want to get involved in sprint boat racing, reach out to Pulse Race Boats. They'll be able to help you out, give you any kind of information that you would like to know about, I don't know, maybe 2027 when we bring the Worlds here to Yakima, that you could be part of the World Series. Shaved off about a 1/10 of a second on that one. The 219 Instant Velocity with a 63.466. A 63.466. Yesterday we had 4 rounds of qualifying. His fastest qualifying round was 64.859. So quite the improvement to 63.466. Out on the water is the other half of the Bad Habit Racing team and the number 36 driver, Scott Rapp. Jalen in the silly seat, navigation seat out of Linwood, Washington. Just a few weeks ago, we were in Lewiston, Idaho for our sprint boat racing, and he was the crown, took home the checkered flag. Brought to you by Jet Speed Limited, another hull manufacturer that is here for our sprint boat racing. Doing the Jet Speed Limited hull racing proud with a 63.073. 63.073. I will be recording. Okay. Times throughout the day, make sure you keep track of those times and watch those times throughout the day start to drop. That is because these drivers are getting used to the track and the rotations. 24 rotations out here on the course. Coming out on the course is another one of our pulse hauls. A400 class. We have 11 entries in our A400 class. The boat count has doubled almost this year compared to 2025 because all of these teams are loving being here. The track is perfect. He had a 56.785. A 56.785. Yesterday, the fastest time of the number 4 with Brendan Doyle, and Tina Huff was 57.48. So they have skipped off a little bit of time. If you got all your social media, make sure that you jump onto your TikTok. The Pulse Racing has some great video footage. Go to Jet Sprint Nation. Jet Sprint Nation on your TikTok and social media to see more racing action. We are here in Yakima in the 2026. Speedboat Racing is nation and worldwide. I know that we've got a lot of friends and family that are listening in on the live stream all across the world. We do want to say thank you for listening. Make sure you chime in with where you are from and who you are cheering on. It's always fun to hear the banter going on the live stream along with all the banter here with you race fans. Make sure you start casting your vote of who you think is going to be taking home the checkered flag. Juggernaut on the way out onto the track. Jason and Sam Christ. Brought to you by Jeff Halstead Photography. You'll see him roaming around the pits. He takes a lot of wonderful pictures here and throughout the season. That's Jeff Halstead Photography. Well, the adrenaline must be running through these drivers and navigators because we've dropped down even more on the times with a 66.501 for the 86 Juggernaut, driven by husband and wife team, Jason and Sam Christ. That's a 66.501. Their fastest time yesterday was a 67.60. Corner Local takes to the track. Behind the wheel, Larry Steele. Navigated by Sammy McKinney. They make their way all the way out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The hull type is a slipstream, powered by a 400 cubic inch Dart. 2025 was his year here as he made his first podium. He's looking to step that up, maybe take that checkered flag, but with 11 hardcore competitors here in our A400 class, got quite the journey to get there. He's doing a wonderful job as he navigates through panel number 2, takes a left-hand turn down that north end of the track. And our first feature of the day. You'll see all of our island hoppers all make their way over there to make sure that our driver and navigator are okay. Like I said, they are all fully equipped with safety equipment. They have a 3 to 5 layer fire suit, fireproof head sock, fireproof gloves and shoes. They also do wear a neck restraint, and they are strapped in by a 5-point harness. If you think you want to have some fun and maybe be able to get that front row view with these island hoppers, we're always looking for volunteers. Our next race here in Yakima will be August 15th and 16th. If you want to be an island hopper and get the best view in the house, reach out to us at ASBR Pro Racing Series and see how you can get involved. We are also looking for volunteers to help man the front gate, to be able to bring your vendor here to offer all of our fans wonderful food and beverages. We do have some swag for sale down on vendor aisle. If you want to possibly sell your personal products, make sure you reach out to the Yakima Fairgrounds to see how you can bring your company or your product out here to possibly sell. Each one of these drivers is always looking for sponsors. I call these boats floating billboards. Not only are they floating across the track here, but we float all across the United States and the world and social media. So if you want to have your company, your LLC, your corporation, your store thrown all across social media, reach out to your favorite driver on your favorite boat and say, how can I put the name of my company across your boat? They also, if you look down here in the pit area, have sizable haulers. Slap the side of your name of your company across that hauler and watch it go across the whole United States. For the Livewire 02 Von Trapp. Navigator, Matt Denson, a father-son team, all the way out of Sequim, Washington. Brought to you by Maxwell Silver Hammer, Trap Construction, Dog House Powder Coating, Ed's Automotive. Driving inside of that Slipstream Hall with a Ford 12 Chevy motor. Started off as a crew chief on these sprint boats, now decided to take a ride and be a driver in 2018. Wants to thank Tim Cummings from TNT Racing for getting him involved in the sprint boat racing.
Unfortunately, the O2 of Livewire will be DNF.
Mishandled through the track on one of the rotation turns, and unfortunately with a DNF for the O2 of Livewire. Unfortunately, could not hook it quite quick enough going down into the third channel. Landed himself up onto the island over there in island number 6. We get all of our island hoppers over there to help him get back out onto the track. Another DNF. Jason to go help bring in nuts and bolts. Unfortunately, going to have him strapped down, towed back in. It'll take us just a minute. That's a perfect opportunity for y'all to go onto your social media and look us up at ASBR Pro Racing Series. We're excited to be here for the ASBR Sprint Boat Racing in 2026. Please join us here at the State Fair Park. We're thinking about local presentation sponsors. We want to thank Pendleton Excavating and Paving. Without them, this would not be possible. Also want to thank Quality Inn for housing all of our officials, crews, and drivers. A great place for your overnight stay, Quality Inn. On your way home tonight, if you're feeling lucky, stop by over at Legends Casino Hotel in Toppenish for gaming, dining, and a great night's sleep. Also, make sure you stop over at the Sage Spa while you're there for a relaxing time. Want to thank Steel for everything that they do for their sponsorship. From mowing and trimming to cleaning up our lovely track here, Steel gives you the tools to get her done. Introducing the full line of battery-powered solutions built for performance. That's steel.com. If you're still feeling lucky when you leave the Legends Casino, make sure you stop by and buy a Washington Lotto ticket. You're supporting all of your local community. Last year, millions went into the students, furthering their careers here in Yakima, along with others across the United States, for degrees and job training. Make sure you reach out to WashingtonLottery.com. The pits are open to the public. Just grab yourself a $10 pit pass to make yourself part of our family over here. If you want to get involved in racing, whether it be in the cockpit, a navigator, a crew member, a crew chief, a sponsor, feel free to come down into the pits. They are open to the public. A lot of these drivers do have swags and photo opportunities. May let you even sit inside the cockpit of one of these boats. If you're a fellow mechanic, make sure you dig your head into one of these motors, see how much 460 cc sounds like when you're inside of these. They would love to be able to answer any of your questions. We've got a lot of our race crews that are out here, a lot of big race teams. We've got the Jolly Roger 706. We've got a couple of our great photographers that are floating around. John Hempstead, he's got some great photos out there for you. So make sure you reach out to him. And the 208 is out here taking pictures. So make sure you're smiling as you're walking across the pits. You never know, your face could go across social media. Jet Ski Jason going to go ahead and bring in the Nuck and Futz boats. We'll get him back onto his trailer, and I'm sure he'll have a lot of his fellow teammates and competitors there to help him get him back out onto the track later on this afternoon. We do thank you for your patience. We're excited to be here for the second day and the second year here in the Yakima Fairgrounds.
What the shit?
Up is Leighton Lilly in the 27, Preventing Insanity out of Lewiston, Idaho, showcasing the new Pulse hauls that are out here. They started from overseas in Australia with 36 boats out onto the track. They're looking for more orders, so make sure you reach out to pulseracing.com. Also, make sure you go to Jet Sprint Nation. They've got a great TikTok viewing, Jet Sprint Nation. In the driver's seat, navigator Cody Holzer. 410 cubic inch Chevy motor inside the cockpit of that hull. Rogers Motors, TD Plastic, Gateway, JRE is the motor builder, Building King all the way out of New Zealand, Dynamic Design, DHC Concrete. Coming out charging hard first thing this morning with the fastest time on the track, 56.017. 56 56.017 for Pure Insanity 27, driven by Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Bad Influence Racing in the number 56. Another husband and wife team out here on the track. They've got lots of fans listening all across the United States, all the way out in New York City. Elaine, we're saying hi way over here on the west side of the states. The 156, Bad Influence. Stephen and Randy Church make their way out onto the course. Brought to you by Cobalt Computer Services, Oregon Motor Coach, Hogan Solutions, Jet Speed Limited. Jet Speed Limited, the Hall type out here, made in Australia, but built in America. Stephen and Randy Church in the 156. Bad Influence had a little bit of a rough start yesterday with a DNF, but then came around with a 65.884. Also in round 4, a 64.192. Yesterday they walked the track. This morning they walked the track one more time to make sure they had every twist and turn on the rotation nailed down perfect, and it's paid off with a 60.873. 60.873. There's no brakes, so make sure that your cooler is filled up and ready to go. We've got more racing to go right now. Out onto the course is our A400 class. One of our busiest classes with 11 competitors in our A400. It's 413 cubic inch cast iron block. You'll see about a 680 to 780 horsepower. Got quite the torque going on. When these drivers are going left and right, you would not believe the G-forces that they're feeling, but they are strapped into that composite seat with a 5-point harness. If you want to get involved, maybe get yourself into that navigation seat like I was blessed to do back in April for my birthday. Thank you again, Eric Petring of the 509 Bad Idea. I will tell you, it's an experience of a lifetime. I've been racing boats since I was 9 years old in a kneel-down boat. And when I got myself into that silly seat, I said, this is fun. And I might have to put the microphone down a few times this season and maybe get back into that silly seat because I had a blast out here. Boat racing comes in many shapes, sizes, and speeds. If you're looking for more boat racing, if you're a gearhead, go to apba.org. That stands for American Power Boat Racing Association. We are all across the world, all across the United States for powerboat racing. Make sure you go to apba.org. James Goldberg in the driver's seat. Scarlett Taylor is his navigator in the 10.77 Midnight Express. We've seen this boat out onto the course many times. It used to have the sponsor of Bandit Gold and Black on it. James Goldberg walked over to the Swindoll family, said, hey, I want my own boat this time. And so they gave that boat to him. Well, he bought it and decided to take a little bit of a spin out coming through. Unfortunately, Channel 8 has taken them over. You'll see that a couple of our island hoppers are coming over to him, but their hands are up. When it comes to sprint boat racing, if perhaps you do take a wicked turn, if you're still on the track rotation, you can finish your time. But if you have gone off the track rotation or an island hopper at any time touches your boat, it is now considered a DNF. Hook on to James Goldberg and Scarlett Taylor. They're going to bring them back into the ramp. They're brought to you by Armstrong and Jameson Law Firm right over there in Richland, Washington. Make sure you go to their social media. Look for Midnight Express Racing to watch more of their racing throughout the year and past races. ASBR Pro Racing Series is excited to be here this weekend. July 25th and 26th, we'll be traveling back over to the west side of Washington at Port Angeles. August 15th and 16th, we'll be making our way back over here to Yakima, the Palm Springs of Washington. And in 2026, mark it on your calendars, race fans, we'll be bringing the big boys. It was recently announced the Worlds will be held here in Yakima, Washington for ASBR Racing. That stands for American Sprint Boat Racing. Drivers come here from all across the United States, Idaho, Oregon. We even had a couple that decided to make their way over the ocean. Got a couple of our drivers here in Yakima all the way from Australia. Got a couple of our Canadians that made their way across the border. So make sure you make your way into the pits. Go talk to these teams and crews. Ask them where they're from. Talk about their background. I know that when you ask them about their background, they are excited to talk about some of their wins, how they got involved in racing, and how they can get you inside the cockpit of one of these sprint boats. Speaking of the Aussies, Michael and Sandy in the 31. They call that Why Not Racing. Are making their way out onto the course. They're from Victoria, Australia. They're brought to you by Central Coast Airbrush out of Hammerston, Oregon. High Performance Signs, Image Graphics out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. They're also proud to be sponsored by Fisher Tyler, Wessler, Idaho. Pyramid Printing, Penguin Dry Cleaners out of Victoria, Australia. And clipped over the side of that island, but able to spin her back around. Sorry, I had to laugh, but that was quite the feat to be able to get back out onto the track. But what a wonderful job done by the driver of Mike and Sandy as I'm still making their way through the track, down Channel 2, over to the west side of the track, back up through the north side. Will they make the last venture down the backstretch? Took a left-hand turn right over here to the spin-out pool. Even with that little whoop-de-doop coming through Channel 2, they were able to get a time of 78.687, all the way out of Australia with a 76.687. Yesterday, their fastest time was 70.152 in qualifier 2. We ran four qualifying heats yesterday. Since we ran through the classes so fast, we're able to go through one more round of qualifying, maybe even two. Then they'll go down to the 9-6-3 cut. Usually we do an 8 cut and a 4 cut, but since our boat count raised up so high, we decided to go over a 9-6-3 cut, dropping it down to the head-to-head. We're stepping it up to our unlimited class in the 5.56, brought to you by Jolly Rogers, driven by Dustin Springer and Don Davis. Had a 59.709, a 59.709. Out on the track, the 96 Stars and Stripes, driven by Bert Roberts, navigated by Terry Lovell. Got their starting racing career in the early 90s. 1997, took over the driver's seat, driving one of 5 Pulse racing halls that are here at Yakima. Wants to thank Mom Jewel for everything of bringing them into the sport of sprint bow racing. The 96 Stars and Stripes with their fastest time of the weekend with a 57.317. 57.317. Next to make their way out onto the track is going to be the other half of the Jolly Rogers Racing. Make sure you go onto your social media to Jolly Rogers 907. You'll see that there's also the M on the side of that boat. That was what I was talking about earlier. When it comes to unlimited, they mean unlimited. Do whatever you want to do. These guys throw some methanol into these boats to be able to bring them up to the fastest speed of the weekend. I can smell it all the way up here. Sweet smell of boat racing. As he kicks in the turbo, Eric Werner and Jennifer Farmer make their way out on the track. Made that long flight, I guess you could say, and drive down from Wrangell, Alaska. Just a few weeks ago in Lewiston, Idaho, he finished second on the podium. Driving a Spring Tech Hall 2025, he was the high point champion in the A400 class, brought to you by Hexby Speed and Marine. Flies down that backstretch for the last time, comes through the trap, makes his way into the spin-out pool with a great run for the 907. 55.247. 55.247 for the 907 Jolly Rogers. Across that start line, right through the first of the tracks. If you were here last year, you watched this young kiddo, 20 years old, take home that checkered flag. He's got his eyes on the prize already for the 2026 Yakima ASBR Nationals. Inside the cockpit, 20-year-old River Rogers brought his best friend into the passenger seat, Cole Ketz. Inside is that Pulse Composite Hallcraft. It is an aluminum 13-foot boat. These boats weigh anywhere from 1,000 to 1,400 pounds. As he barrels down that last turn, comes into the swim pool. The 285, brought to you by Rogers Motors, TD Plastic, Gateway, JR Motor Builder, Kohler Electric, and Dynamic Design. River Rogers came in with a stunning time of 55.247. 55.247. Unfortunately, a little bit of a spin out there over by island number 3 by the 33 bootlegger, driven by Ron Gallagher, navigated by Travis Colahan. Made the trip all the way over from Olympia, Washington. Brought to you by Rocket Speed Marine. We call him nickname Wrong Way Ron. And I think he took the wrong way, or wanted to go over to that lovely vendor center we have over there and maybe go pick himself up some swag. They got great food and beverages over there as well. Make sure you keep hydrated, sunscreen on. We got lots of racing left to go later on this afternoon. We are just going through our qualifying rounds. Once we get all of our qualifying rounds times tallied up, then we'll go through the 6, the 9, 6, and 3 cut, all the way down to head-to-head racing and to see who will take home the checkered flag. We are excited to announce this. The ASBR Pro Racing Series will be bringing the Worlds here to Yakima, Washington for the 2027 World Championships. These drivers are getting ready, getting to know this course and this track. Rotations will vary. They have 3 different rotations that they will have. This weekend, we're running the rotation that's listed on our ASBR Pro Racing Series. We'll be back here in August 15th and 16th. Never know, race fans. They may be running a completely different rotation. They make that the extra challenge for these drivers and navigators. Last night, we went ahead and put a little bit more water into our track. The drivers were very excited, but I have a feeling that water brought those times down, those speeds up, and that's why we got a couple of them that are getting a little bit too, I'd have to say, confident going through this track. But that's what always makes it exciting. We love racing our sprint boat racing. If you want to get involved, make sure you come on down to the pits. It's only $10 to come on into the pits. These drivers would love to talk to you. They have hero cards and swag over here. We also have swag and more information over at the vendor aisle at our ASBR racing booth. We're going to go ahead and bring in, thanks again once to Jet Ski Jason, we're going to bring in Bootlegger, and then we'll be sending our next set of racers out. We have 4 different styles and classes of racing out here this weekend. We have the LS class, where you'll see anywhere from 550 to 650 horsepower. The A400 is a 413 cubic inch cast iron block. That shows off the performance of 600 to 780 horsepower. The Unlimited class, 231 cubic inch with a blower or turbo. Then we move over to the Modified class, where they have 376 cubic inch, a cast iron block, or aluminum heads. We'll get 450 to 650 horsepower out of that cast iron block. That will complete our 5th round of qualifying in our unlimited classes. We'll be moving over to the 6th round of qualifying here shortly. Once we are able to get the 33 up onto the trailer, bootlegger, we'll be sending out our next set of qualifying rounds. Good opportunity for you, run on down there to the vendor section, grab yourself some food, some drinks, go over to the ASBR vendor booth and ask them questions. Make sure you pick up your pamphlet, gives all the drivers' names, numbers, and the names of their boats. You'll hear me talk about times all day long. You can make sure to keep track and follow along with the times throughout the whole rest of the day. Are you getting hungry or thirsty, race fans? Make sure you go over and get our barbecue, sandwiches, and sides. There's a variety of local food vendors in the main pavilion entrance and the food court located on the east side of the track. It's going to get warm today over here on the sunny side of Washington. If you need a break from the heat, make sure you go over to visit Legends Casino Hotel, Misting Tent, for a quick cool down. After today's racing, or anytime, visit Legends Casino Hotel in Toppenish for gaming, dining, and a great sleep. First out for our modified class, the Full Tilt Racing in the 03. Starting off the 6th round of qualifying here. Came out of Brendan, Washington, right over on the west coast near Port Angeles. Last year, you saw him have a navigator of Savannah Patton. I'm sure she's at home listening. This year, she decided to step out of the passenger seat to go get her education over there for college. Summer Shoop decided, hey, this is my opportunity, and jumped on into that navigation seat. She used to just be a fan sitting out there like all, and decided, I want to get inside of one of these boats. It's a lot of fun. If you ever get the chance to go for a ride in a sprint boat, if you have a need for speed, come on into the pits, talk to these drivers, see how you can get inside the Navi seat. Full Tilt Racing was a 2025 modified class winner. Might have put a skiff or two on the bottom of that brand new painted 03 Full Tilt boat. Clint Birch just painted that boat for him, probably sitting in the pits saying, I just painted that thing. His biggest competition out there is the 509 of Bad Idea. These two go head to head weekend after weekend. Best part about racing with the Sprint Boat Series is it's basically, I would have to say it's more of a 3-day event. We always start our weekend on Friday with what we call the Show and Shine. This year, Yakima Valley Mall let us have a big chunk of their parking lot so we could show off our fun toys. We had lots of fans and spectators over there. Saturday and Sunday is racing all day long. So we'll be doing the Show and Shine again once we come back here on August 15th and 16th. So make sure you mark it on your calendars, race fans. August 15th and 16th. We'll be over here in Yakima, Washington, the Palm Springs of Washington.
Take this badge off of me. I can't use it anymore.
Back in the middle of April was my birthday. I won't say how old I was turning, but I'm pretty close to getting old. I got the pleasure of going down to Ontario, Oregon, and spend my birthday weekend flying around the track in Ontario, Oregon for the Taste and Tune. No better way to spend your birthday but be here on the racetrack with your best friends and family. Got a couple other ones that decided to spend their birthday here in Yakima, Washington with their family and friends. Miss Kira Fairchild, a big shout out to you. Happy 18th birthday. You are celebrating it here in the Palm Springs of Washington. You're also celebrating it with another birthday girl all the way out of Lewiston, Idaho. Trinity team. Happy birthday, Kira and Trinity.
Cloud is coming down. I feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. My little pretty one, when you gonna get
Moving on to our sixth round in the modified class. Sammy McKinney, Larry Steele inside the 199 Guano Loco. Making his way through the track, 24 turns on this rotation. Quite the feat, quite the challenge for these drivers and navigators to make their way through the track. The 199 Guano Loco brought to you by Washington Masonry, Quality Canopy Construction, Envision Designs, Performance Specialties. The 199 going to local. Sammy McKinney and Larry Steele should be very hyped up because that's their fastest time of the weekend. 79.782. 79.782. Jesse Denton, Tammy Armstrong inside the cockpit of the 611 Slippery Pickle. They've had a wonderful weekend so far. Yesterday, a 71.7, just over 67 on their second qualifying heat. This third qualifying run, a 69.87. Qualifying 4 with a 67. Came out hot to trot in that 5 qualifier run at 64.233. We're out here on the 6th qualifier run. We'll see if he's going to be able to shake off a couple tenths of a second to bring him up onto the pole. This morning, the Slippery Pickle and the 611 on the 5th round ran a 64.233. Just came in for qualifying run of number 6 with a 64.521. 64.521. Brother-sister team coming out onto the course, the 154 of Purcell Racing. If you're not racing hard, go on home. He's got some swag down in his pit area for you if you want to make your way down to the Purcell Racing. Jeff Purcell and sister Margaret Purcell out of Tacoma, Washington. Last year, finished 3rd on the podium. Driving a Jetco Hall, powered by a 358 Chevy. His engine builder anxiously sitting on the beach watching as he makes his way through the turns and up onto the beach. But he's still on track. So if these island hoppers don't have to help him get out back onto the track, he will be able to finish his time. But he is lifting his hands over his head, saying he is okay. And that's an unfortunate for the 154 Purcell Racing brother-sister duo. Yesterday, you watched him take about a 70-foot ride across the grass over here on the east side of the track. I asked him, did you replace your divot? Looks like you might have dug a little bit bigger of a divot over there on island number 5. Gonna get all of our island crew over there to help him get back out on the course. All right, race fans, let's give a big round of applause for our island crew. They do so much for us to be able to get these drivers back out onto the course. Oh, I'm not sure about that, race fans. Let's stand up and give our island crew a big round of applause as they heave-ho to get the Purcell Racing out onto the track. That's much better. I think y'all need to go visit the beer garden. Like to give a big shout out to our many sponsors here for the 2026 ASBR Racing here in Yakima, Washington. Pendleton Excavating and Paving out of Selah, Washington. Washington's Lottery. Coca-Cola Products. Valley Mall. Legends Casino and Hotel. ASBR series sponsor brought to you by Steel. Make sure you make your way over to that beer garden. Stand next to that big, huge blow up of the Modelo. Make sure you throw it across your social media saying you're here having some cold beverages, watching some very fast racing here at our Spent Boat Racing. Want to thank all of our listeners who are listening in online. We do have a live coverage going throughout today, all day yesterday. That can be found on your YouTube station. Go to ASBR Pro Racing Series. You can watch some of the racing that happened just a few weeks ago in Lewiston, Idaho, and all the racing from today. Also, a big shout out to Jeff Halstead Photography. See him bouncing around throughout the pit area along with our race fans taking wonderful photos. Reach out to www.jeffhalstadphotography.com. Making his way out on the course, Eric Petring of Bad Idea Racing. Hammers down on the throttle. Yesterday had some issues with the reverse bucket. That reverse bucket dug down, drove him right into the bottom of our 2-foot canal. He unfortunately found about a 3-foot rock stuck inside of that motor. He's got a great race team out underneath him, able to get him back out of the course. Great to see Eric Petring and Karen Messa out here in the 509 Bad Idea Racing out of Hermiston, Oregon. Karen Messa, the navigator, drives them down that backstretch, takes a right-hand hook, left hand through the traps, and into the turnout pole. Bad Idea Racing 509, driven by Eric Petrie and Karen Mesa, on the 6th round of qualifying with a time of 69.925. 69.925. Bad Habit Racing brings out the number 76, a newer driver to our Spin Boat Racing. Made that long drive down from BC, Canada, Alex Haxby. In the passenger seat, the navigator, Kiwi Brownsberger. All right, race teams. As Alex makes his way into the launch, I'd like you to give him a round of applause. He has now dropped his time to 80.354. Yesterday, he had a 96 and a 98. Today, getting a little comfy inside of that LS class hall with an 80.354. The bright red rocket instant velocity out of Longview, Washington, driven by Kyle St. Ange, navigated by Chris Christensen. 2025, he finished with a third place podium just on his rookie year. Last year, unfortunately, here, Blue and Nozzle said, "I'm coming back with a vengeance, Yakima. I want to take that top podium finish." Doing a wonderful job navigating through the track, 24 turns on this rotation here. One of our most challenging courses and tracks of the season. Want to get these drivers geared up and ready to go because 2027, we're going to be bringing the World Series here in Yakima, Washington. Keep it on your schedule. Able to scuff off a couple more tenths of a second on that sixth round of qualifying for the 219 instant velocity with a 63.242. Earlier this morning, he ran a 63.466. Quite the improvement. 6 rounds, 63.242. What looks like Bad Habits going to be on the 5-minute clock. What that means is he came down to the launch, tried to start it up, unfortunately had a few issues. He has a 5-minute clock to be able to get that figured out and get out here onto the track. You can see them frantically trying to make the adjustments. Might be a carburetor issue. These are high horsepower motors, slightly modified to make them go so fast around this track. But we can see Bad Habit is on the 5-minute clock. He's got a great team underneath him. They're going to work hard to get him out onto the track. But congratulations, Alex, Hexby, and Katie, with a great run of 80.354. They dropped that from yesterday's second round of qualifying of a 96.320. First time in a race boat. Think he's getting a little cozy, race teams. You might have some fierce competition when it comes to our next racing as we make our way over to Port Angeles, July 25th and 26th. Keep an eye on that Bad Habit 96. While we're waiting for the Bad Habit to be able to get that boat figured out and get out onto the track, good opportunity for you to go ahead and mosey on down to the pits. They are open to the public. These drivers would love to answer any of your questions. Stick your head inside these halls. There's about 6 to 7 different styles of halls here this weekend. Our numbers have jumped up from last year to 2025 for our first year here in Yakima. Normally we do what's called an 8 and a 4 cut. This weekend we've jumped it up to a 9, 6, and 3 cut. If you want to be part of our race team and our racing family, reach out to us at ASBR Pro Racing Series. That stands for American Sprint Boat Racing. We are here in Yakima, Washington. Sprint Boat Racing is nation and worldwide. I know we have a lot of people from New Zealand and Australia watching. So go onto your YouTube channels and go check out ASBR Racing. They'll show you lots of different links of racing here in the United States, all the way across over to the islands of Australia and New Zealand. Unfortunately, the bad habit is not going to be able to make it out. So we will be moving over to our A400 class for our 6th round of qualifying. That's a beautiful boat out there in the water. You can see the large sponsor of Post Halls all the way out of New Zealand. I know they are listening in. Hello, Brandon. Thanks for the message. Having a great time here in Yakima at the Sprint Boat Racing. Post Racing Halls. They've got 36 out on the tracks all the way across the United States. More in production, so make sure you put your name on the list to get yourself a Post Hall to be able to come out here for the 2027 Worlds. That channel number 2 and 3 seems to be quite the challenge for our sprint boat drivers. Out on the track, the 86, they call that the Juggernaut. Husband-wife team out there, Jason and Sam Christ out of Burley, Idaho. They're driving the one and only Witchcraft Hull. It's the last one around. This is built in 2014, powered by a 401 small block Chevy motor. The 86 of the Juggernaut brought in a time of 66.388. 66.388 is their best time of all 6 qualifying runs. Last run had to make it the big one, and he did with a 66.388. Guano Local going to make their way out onto the course out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. This is a Slipstream Hall, powered by a 400 cubic inch dart motor. Made the podium here in 2025. Going to try and do it again. Makes his way out onto the track. The driver, Larry Steele, navigated by Sammy McKinney. Unfortunately, clipped that beach coming out of around island number 3. Landed himself right smack dab in the middle of the track. We'll put a rope on him and get him back out. It's the 21 Guano Local, Larry Steele and Sammy McKinney. We are running right through our 6th round of qualifying here in the A400, one of our bigger classes of the weekend with 11 competitive drivers and navigators. We're about halfway through our 6th cut. Some of the faster times we've seen in our A400 class. Brandon Doyle and Tina Huff in the number 4 came in with a 56.183 on that last round. Looks to be the fastest of all the weekend. So they're going to be the target of the weekend. Keep an eye out for the 156 Bad Influence, driven by husband and wife Stephen and Randy Church. Their fastest time of the weekend was a 60.873 on the 5th round. The 27 Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer of Post Racing. Their fastest time of the weekend is a 56.017 on the 5th round. We'll see if they can drop that down a little bit more. That's a 56.017 on round 5 for the 27 Leighton Lilly. All right, we're going to go grab Jason, Jet Ski Jason, as he's going to go ahead and put a rope over there on the 21 local. We'll go bring him back on into the pit area. Want to thank all of our local sponsors here in Yakima, Washington for making this weekend happen for the 2026 ASBR. 2025 was our very first year. All of these drivers, as soon as they were leaving the pits, they were excited to come back for 2026. And they're able to do that thanks to Pendleton Excavating and Paving, Steel, Washington Lottery, Legends Casino and Hotel, your Coca-Cola Bottling Company. The Happy Truck sponsor is over there in the vendor section. Make sure you go over there and get yourself a nice cold, refreshing Coca-Cola. We want to thank Valley Mall for giving us a large chunk of their parking lot on Friday for our show and shine. Modesto has some ice-cold beverages over there. Make sure you go over and visit. We are excited to be here. Make sure that you're throwing all of your pictures across social media to say that you're here for the 2026 Yakima ASBR Sprint Boat Racing here at the State Fair. It's been an exciting season already. We were in Lewiston, Idaho just a few weeks ago. We'll be venturing over to the west side of Washington, July 25th and 26th over to Port Angeles. So if you're visiting here in Yakima, but over from the west side, make sure you mark it on your calendars. Our next race will be July 25th and 26th. We'll come back over here to Yakima, Washington for another round of racing, August 15th and 16th. Then back over to Port Angeles, September 12th and 13th. We'll finish off our season in October over on the other side of the states in Idaho, in Lewiston, Idaho. You can see our up-and-coming schedule on our social media of ASBR Pro Racing Series. Make sure you follow us along. They've got great videos, photography, pictures, And it's also a great link to your favorite race boat. We've got lots of racers here today. Our numbers have improved from last year because all of our racers left in 2025 talking about how great of a time they had here. All the other racers from across the United States, up in Canada, and even Australia decided to make their trip over here. Make sure you go to Jolly Rogers 907. Bad Influence has their great race site. The 509 Bad Idea. Lots of ways to link through to cheer on your favorite team. A little bit of a sticky start going across the start-finish line over there on the east side of the track. We look back just a little bit ago. Livewire had some issues. Unfortunately, scuffed the bank and landed on the beach. And with that sound, I have a feeling we got no more front or rear drive. Maybe some issues with the reverse bucket. We're going to have to wait and see if the O2 of Livewire, driven by Von Trapp and navigated by Matt Denson, a father-son team out of Sequim, Washington. See if they can get back out onto the course, or out onto the track. They're brought to you by Trapp Contracting, Dog House, Powder Coating, Ed's Automotive, Trinity Mountain Drone, M&J Drywall, True Torque Lift. They're the ones that were able to put that perfect hitch on the front of that Dodge Ram to be able to bring that O2 Livewire in and out of the water. Thank you again for True Torque Lift for all you do for all of our pull and push carts. Von Trapp has some very special people watching online right now. And he wants to wave back at them all the way across the social media. Von Trapp wants to thank his mom and his girlfriend for cheering him on as he comes through the track. Unfortunately, having some issues with the drive line on that O2 Livewire. Gonna milk it on into the boat launch. See if we can get that figured out for him. These drivers have pedal controls that helps them navigate through the track. Then there is a pull. Basically, it's like when you pull your emergency brake. That's what helps with the reverse bucket. Brings them to a screeching halt. With a heave-ho shove from his teammates, Nuck and Butts, the number 85, driven by Brad Castle, Dakota Hembrock at the navigation. This is a Spring Tech Haul powered with 400 cubic inch Chevy. They're out of Medical Lake, Washington. Young Dakota excited to be out here as a navigator. And Unfortunately, had some issues on their last run. We'll see if they can navigate through all 24 turns here at the Yakima racetrack. You'll see that they do have a navigator. The navigator's job is to navigate, tell the driver when to go left and right. That's where you can see their hands flipping around inside the cockpit of that sprint boat. They're not just waving at the crowd, they're telling their driver to go left and right. Each track gives 3 rotations. Some of them might be longer or shorter in their rotation route. These drivers and navigators are not giving the rotation until the night before. That's when you'll see a lot of these teams come in on Thursday afternoon and they do what's called walking the track, getting familiar with the track. But it's a whole nother story when you're flying across the water here or making a nice park job, but at least he made it through. And he missed the trap by about 3 feet. So that will be a DNF. If he could have just turned it just a little bit to the left, he would have at least gotten a time out of it. But Nuck and Futz unfortunately doing the walk of shame back over to the pit area. It was a great run, Brad and Dakota. Brad, how come you couldn't have brought it over just another 3 feet so I could give you a time? I gave you a score on your launching, but I would like to give you a time next time. All right, Nuck and Futz unfortunately with a DNF on that round. We are running through our A400 class with our 6th round of qualifying. Yesterday you heard me talk about how our cuts work. We normally do an 8 and a 4 cut, but since our numbers have grown here so much in drivers that now we are going to do a 9, 6, and 3 cut. So keep track of all of our racing times through our Facebook site at ASBR Pro Series Racing. Next out on the track, out of Lewiston, Idaho, driving one of the 5 poles here in Yakima, Washington. Leighton Lilly behind the wheel. He's already ran through 5 of his qualifying runs. He had a 66.231, 60.8, a 57.592, a 56.4. His last qualifying run was a 56.017. We'll see if he can drop that time down just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and light it up and bring it out. Brought to you by Gateway is going to be the 27 of Preventing Insanity. 410 cubic inch Chevy motor power housing. Leighton Lilly and navigator Cody Hauser through the track. We're going to get all of our island hoppers back into position. We'll be setting them out shortly.
We're getting those going through.
Oh, with the 27, Preventing Insanity gets shoved off of his trailer. Spin him around and bring him through the traps. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2026 ASBR Racing Series. If you look over onto our track over on the east side, you'll see that big banner and a green flag going up. Right below them is 2 black tubes. That is the beginning of the traps. At that time, there's an eyes in there that will clock these as they go through the 24-turn rotation. The end of the rotation is located down here on the south end of the track. These drivers are not just kind of nilly-willying around the track. They're given a specific rotation of how they must go through each canal. Each canal is only about 5 to 10 feet wide and 2 feet deep. If they perhaps overturn or underturn just a little bit, as we've seen a few times already, they'll nick the edge and end up onto the island. It looks pretty easy if you're sitting up above the track, but when you're sitting inside the cockpit of going almost 65 to 80 miles per hour, those turns come up very quickly. They're also about the same eye level as those islands, so it makes it extremely difficult to make it through the track. Sprint boat racing. 55.660. Once again, a 55.660. Next out onto the track is our husband-wife duo. Make sure you go on your social media and check out all of their racing pictures at Bad Influence 156. Once again, that's Bad Influence at 156. They've got great racing pictures and videos.
The 156 Bad Influence Racing with their fastest time of the weekend with a 60.867. A lot of that comes from all the race fans that are watching here on the shores and the grassy knoll of Yakima, all the way over to New York. Want to thank Eileen for sharing in the 156 racing. The lots of our race fans listening in on our live stream. You go to your YouTube and look up ASBR Pro Racing Series. We have fans listening all the way over to New Zealand and Australia. It's a worldwide web and a worldwide of racing. We have run
6 full qualifying runs, and each one of these drivers are putting it all out on the line for this last round of qualifying. The 55 with their fastest time of the weekend of 61.969. That was his time of 61.969. Yesterday they ran a tick over 69 seconds. Then they dropped it down to 64.414. But this afternoon, 61.969 for the 55. Checkmate Racing. They've come a long way, all the way out of Victoria, Australia. They love coming here to the States. This is their second year coming here to race in Yakima. They are hosted by the 509 Bad Idea Racing down there in Hermiston, Oregon. This is our Aussie couple. They love boat racing and sprint boat racing so much. Last year, they had their wedding annulled right there on the shores of Sprint Boat Race. Next week will be their 1-year anniversary. Mike, the driver, also called Bam Bam, riding with his lovely wife Sandy in the 31. They call that Why Not Racing. Having a little bit of trouble coming through that canal number 2. Might be having some steering issues. They're able to navigate back through, take a quick right-hand turn, another quick left-hand turn, and it looks like, unfortunately, unable to run through the rotation, made one too many left-hand turns and is now a DNF. It's a DNF for the 31, Why Not Racing. That will complete our 6th round in our A400 class. Unfortunately, the 10.77 after that launch job they made into the island, having some issues with the motor and some boat damage, not going to be able to make it out for the 6th round. So now we will be moving over to our unlimited class. Going to bring out some Jolly Rogers. One of two votes for the Jolly Rogers team, the 556, driven by Dustin Springer, navigated by Don Davis. Their last round, they had a time of 59.759. Our unlimited class, one of our faster classes out on the course. Not only can you hear it, but you can smell it because they all run with a methanol fuel, 376 cubic inch. Some of these drivers run with their turbos. Some are fuel injected. When they run the fuel injected, they're running about 350 to 420 cubic inches. A lot of horsepower coming out of that small little 13-foot hull. 900 to 1,600 horsepower. The 556 Jolly Rogers, driven by Dustin Springer, navigated by Don Davis. Loud and proud with a 60.007. 60.007. Flying around the track with the stars and stripes. The 96 driven by Burt Roberts. Terry Level in the navigation seat. Burt got his racing career started back in the 90s as just a navigator. Started driving in 1997. He's a second generation sprint boat driver out of Boise, Idaho. Finished third on the podium in 2025 at Lewiston, Idaho. Wants to give a big shout out to his mom, Jewel. She's watching. Brought to you by Jetco Fabrication, Lamb Racing Engines, Post Racing. It's a brand new boat to Burt Roberts. Got a lot of help over there in that Post Racing crew. He brings it through the final jobs through the spin out pool. Terry Level comes in as the navigator, clapping her hands, knowing that was a good run. The 96 Stars and Stripes with their best run of the day with a 55.829. A 55.829. The 907 Jolly Rogers making their way out onto the course. Go on your social media, look up Jolly Rogers 907. That's Jolly Rogers 907. Ah, that's a sweet sound. As he hammers down, you can hear that thing wind up and make their way around the track. The driver, Eric Warner, navigated by Jennifer Farmer. They were the 2025 A400 champions. Hixby Speed and Marine brings them to the track here, all the way from Wrangler, Alaska. Finished second in Lewiston, Idaho last couple weeks ago. Jennifer Farmer out of Quinault, Washington, a Spring Tech Hall. Eric's fastest time was during the 5th round of our qualifying with the 55.242, hoping to stave off a couple seconds as they come through the spin out pool. And he does. 55. 169. That's a 55.169. All right, we're on a 5-minute clock for the River Rogers, the 285, having some technical motor issues, but he probably will be able to get that figured out. Roll it back over to that Pulse Racing group over there. But until then, we're going to go ahead and shove on out the bootlegger in the number 33, Ron Gallagher, and Travis Callahan out of Olympia, Washington. We call him Wrong Way Ron. Earlier, you saw him take the wrong turn down here on the south end of the track. We'll see if he can be able to navigate all 24 turns as he makes his way out onto the track here in Yakima, Washington for the ASBR Pro Series Racing. Got a little flighty coming out of the start, but able to hammer it down as he navigates through channel number 4. I talk about the different channels. You can see the channels and the rotations. Those are listed on our ASB Pro Series race site. Or make your way over to our vendor center. We do have a great easy app over there with lots of information about sprint boat racing. Not only here in Yakima, Washington, but worldwide. If you want to get involved, great way to do it. Make sure you check out ASBR Pro Racing Series. That's American Sprint Boat Racing. Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan in the 33. Bootlegger brings in their best time of the weekend with a 62.948. 62.948. Yesterday in qualifier 2, they had a 62.952. Brought that down for the 6th and final qualifying run at a 62.958. We're still on the 5-minute clock for the 285. Young River Rogers. That bright orange boat, can't miss that all the way across the pits. Last year he took home the checkered flag. Unfortunately, having some motor issues. We're going to see if we're going to be able to bring him back out for the 6th and final cut in our unlimited classes. We have 4 different styles of racing this weekend here in our sprint boat racing. Just got to see the unlimited class that was out there on the water. 231 cubic inch motor with a blower. Some of them decide to throw a turbo in there to get them extra horsepower. The A400, about 680 to 700 horsepower cast iron block. The LS class is our stock class with 550 to 650 horsepower. The modified class, 376 cubic inch cast iron block with 400 to 650 horsepower. These boats are only about 12 to 14 feet long. 1,000 to 1,400 pounds. These drivers are all day long trying to figure out how they can cut the weight down. I even heard these guys last night talking about changing batteries, going from a regular car battery to a jet ski battery. That's a big amount of weight that they can lose off of that. We are going to go on a quick break here for a moment to give our island hoppers a moment to take a swig of water and grab themselves something to eat. At this time, I encourage you to do the same thing. Vendor Alley is wide open, offering great beverage and food. We also have some of our swag located over there, some of the crews and teams. There's more swag and hero cards to be had here in the pit area. It's just a small fee of $10 to come on in. Once again, we want to thank all of our race fans for being here, along with our many sponsors that brought us here for the 2nd year in a row in Yakima, Washington. I want to thank Quality Inn and Suites for offering up some great hospitality. Legends Casino and Hotel, the Valley Mall for the show and shine sponsor. Coca-Cola Products is over there offering some ice-cold beverages at the Happy Truck. Washington's Lottery, Steel is your ASBR series sponsor, presenting sponsor for this weekend. Thank you again. Out of Selah, Washington, Pendleton Excavating and Paving. We will be right back with more action-packed racing as our qualifying runs are now in the books. Now we go down to elimination heats, so don't go too far. We'll be right back with more racing action.
She drinks wine by the glass, not by the bottle. She ain't stuck on the past, ain't worried about tomorrow. She's a lover, a mother, a sister and wife. She rolls over in the morning to the love of her life. Only smokes one on vacation, says just what she thinks. She don't need validation or much of anything. I just wanna be her so bad, it hurts so bad, it hurts so. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her so bad, it hurts so bad, it hurts so. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her so bad. It hurts so bad. She knows being rich is just a state of mind. She stays talking to Jesus, calls her mama all the time. She don't over embellish. If she says it, then it's true. I don't mean to sound jealous, but what could I do? 'Cause I just wanna be her so bad, it hurts so bad, it hurts so. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her so bad, it hurts so bad, it hurts so. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her. Don't want all this drama. Give me some real. Trade a mile high to walk one in her heels. Take all my money, everything I have. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her so bad. It hurts so bad. I just wanna be her so bad, it hurts so bad, it hurts so. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her so bad, it hurts so bad, it hurts so. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her. Don't want all this drama. Give me some real. Trade a mile high to walk one in her heels. Take all my money, everything I have. I just wanna be her. I just wanna be her so
should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Wearing my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. Stealing a young girl's hearts, just like Gene and Roy, singing those campfire.
All our qualifying runs into the books. Now we'll be doing our qualifying or our final cuts for the day. We're going to find out who's going to take the checkered flag home. But until then, we're going to get all of our race officials back into their positions along with our island hoppers. Want to give a big shout out to all of our island hoppers. Out of Sela, Brandon Rogers, Bryce Holbrook, Amy Holbrook, and Zach Holbrook. Right here in hometown of Yakima brings you Nicholas Morin, Ben Horton, Michael Fitzworth, Jeremiah Roberts. All the way over on the west side in Port Angeles, Jason Richard and Kurt Larson. Making the drive over the Oregon border, Mike Hubbard from Salem, Oregon. Lawn Rider out of Grants Pass, Oregon. If you want to be a volunteer for our next race coming up middle of August, get the best seat in the house and be an island hopper, reach out to ASBR Pro Series Racing to see how you can become an island hopper. Get the best seat in the house.
Can't keep chasing you round the back of my mind. I can't need you anymore. Can't keep sharing this bed with your ghost every night. I hate that your kiss left a burn on my lips. So baby, how do I tell my heart it ain't yours when I said it before? No, I can't love you anymore. No, I can't love you.
Start our late afternoon program with the modified class. First out onto the course, the 199 Guano Local. Sammy McKinney sitting in the driver's seat, navigated by Larry Steele. Powerhousing that 355 Corvette motor around our track to our 24 rotation turn here. They're out of Post Falls, Idaho, brought to you by Washington Masonry, Quality Canopy Construction, Envision Designs, Performance Specialties, and Canola Health Food.
Mama Rita, don't you know I've come a long, long way? I've been longing to see her. When she's around, she takes my blues away. Sweet Maria, the sunlight surely hurts my eyes. I'm a lonely dreamer on a highway in the sky. Maria, love you, girl. Oh, my Maria, Maria, I love you.
The 199, Sammy McKinney and Larry Steele took advantage of our quick little break we had in there to make some adjustments, dropping their time to 78.813. 78.813. Their best qualifying time of the weekend here in Yakima for our ASBR Pro Series Racing. We're excited to be here for the second year in a row, 2026. It was just recently announced. Our drivers, crews, and teams loved our race sites so much here in our track. We are going to bring the 2027 Worlds here in August of 2027. Make sure you look up at ASBR Pro Racing Series to find out our up-and-coming schedule. We're excited to be here this weekend. Next weekend, we'll be venturing back over to the wet side of Washington in Port Angeles, July 25th and 26th. Then we'll be making it over here to the Palm Springs of Washington, Yakima, in August 15th and 16th for the third round of our series. Purcell Racing having some issues this weekend, unfortunately, with Jeff and Purcell, brother-sister team out there. Had a couple DNFs throughout the weekend. But as they make their way out onto the track, we'll see them go up through the north end of the track, cut through channel number 2, back through the middle of the course, down past island number 3.
caught you red-handed.
The 154 Purcell Racing with a time of 76.354. 76.354. Temperatures are rising up. Make sure you head on over to vendor aisle. Grab yourself an ice cold beverage. The Modelo's are on ice ready for you over there. Grab yourself some Coca-Cola products as well. I've been told if you venture down towards the Slippery Pickle Racing Tent, they have cooling towels down there for sale. So make sure you go over to the Slippery Pickle, grab yourself a cooling towel. Taking their turn out onto the track is the 03 Full Tilt, and you could tell he took off like a rocket with it down to the final cuts here for our 2026 racing here in the ASBR. We'll watch Selden Weber come across out of Brennan, Washington, over there by Port Angeles area. 2025 in the silly seat, the navigation seat, was Savannah Patton. She's off in college, but I'm sure she's listening in on our live stream. Want to thank all of our fans listening in on our live stream. Got some from New York, New Zealand, Australia. I know I got some race fans down there in the Texas area, my Rinker clans down there listening in. Boat racing comes in many different shapes, styles, and speeds. Right here, we are racing our sprint boat class. This is the modified. We're down to our final cuts. Taking his last venture down that back stretch. You're going to see the navigator, the Summer Shoop, as she navigates the 03 through the final parts of the trap. The 03 Full Tilt Racing, a 77.462. 77.462. I'm announcing these times as these drivers come in and out. I encourage you to keep track of these times on our great brochure that you can find down at the ASBR vendor tent. Gives you lots of information about racing with sprint boat racing, the drivers' names, the numbers, and also gives you a sheet to fill out to keep track of all of their times throughout the weekend. We're finished up with our 6 rounds of qualifying. Now we're moving on to our cuts. Getting a shove off of the trailer to spin around to be the 509 of Bad Idea Racing. Eric Petring out of Hermiston, Oregon. Karen Mesa, the navigator. Green flag will come up. And drop. I was lucky enough to spend my birthday weekend in April going for a ride in this beautiful 509 Bad Idea Racing. I've watched it from the shores just like you have, race fans, and thought, that looks like fun. I want to get in one. Eric Petring, got a hold of him. He says, come on out to the Taste and Tune in Ontario, Oregon. I'll give you a ride. It was a ride of a lifetime. They strapped me down in that 5-point harness, and we hit 5 to 6 G's as we went flying across the track down in Ontario, Oregon. Unfortunately, looks like we're going to have a DNF. Each one of these drivers are giving a rotation order. They must go through this track. 24 turns on there. Unfortunately, Eric Petring and Karen Mesa not able to make all 24 turns. They're going to bring it right on back on in. A DNF for the 509 Bad Idea Racing. Just got done talking about this boat, the 611 Slippery Pickle. They have what I would call rally towels for sale over there on vendor aisle. They are your cooling towels, so cool them on your shoulders between races, but when they come out onto the course, I want to see those rally towels for the Slippery Pickle Racing go flying high. Jesse Denton and Tammy Armstrong make their way out onto the track. Brought to you by Wishy Washy Laundry Mat. Movement Mortgage. Great run by Jesse so far in the Slippery Pickle. Had a little bit of issues coming around turn number 6, but able to straighten it out, go through canal number 2. A quick hook over through canal number 1. You'll see that the navigator, you'll see their arms flaring back and forth. They're not just waving at the crowd, but they're also informing our drivers which way to go through the course. Each navigator and driver have their own hand signals that they like to use. Jesse Denton and Tammy Armstrong. The 6'11 Slippery Pickle brings in a time of 65.375. 65.375. Also want to give a big shout out. We've got a couple of our great photographers floating around here in the pits and through the race fans. You'll see them with their large cameras. Make sure you smile for them. They'll throw your picture across social media. You can buy some of their photos from JeffreyHalsteadPhotophotography.com. That's JeffreyHalsteadPhotography.com. The 208 is also running around taking great pictures. You can find those pictures linked through our website, which is ASBR Pro Racing. That's ASBR, stands for American Sprint Boat Racing. Out on the track, part of our Bad Habit Racing in the 76 out of BC, Canada, Alex Hexby. His navigator, young Katie Brownsburg. First time out here racing in our Sprint Boat Series. Always great to see our Sprint Boats growing. We are a large group, a large family. We want to introduce you to our family and bring you right along. So if you want to come join our family of racers, make sure you come on into the pits. It's just a small fee of $10 per person to come into the pits. A lot of our drivers have swag and hero cards to give out to you and to sell to you. You can get those right here in the pits. $10 fee. Make sure you reach out to Yakima Fairgrounds. The 76 of Bad Habit Racing, Alex Hexby and Katie Brownsburg, brand new to our racing series, but getting very comfortable in that boat. Yesterday, he ran a 92.320, a 98.334, an 88.709. Then he dropped that down to an 80.354. And he just skegged off a bunch more time. That is 76.185. Let's give him a round of applause. He is stepping it up every single time he makes it out onto the track. Going to bring out the 219 next. That's going to be Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen. Instant Velocity Racing out of Longview, Washington, showing off the pulse boats. One of 5 of the pulse boats out here, the pulse hollow boats. 2025 was his rookie year, finished third on the podium. Kyle St. Ange got his introduction to sprint boat racing over in Port Angeles, where he was just a freestyle jet ski highlight during our halftime show. Had so much fun over there, turned around, bought himself a boat, moved from the jet ski into the cockpit of this 219 Instant Velocity. Making his way out of channel number 2 down to the north end of the track. Quick left, quick right. Quite the hairpin turn that these drivers have been challenged with as they make their way out of channel 3 and into channel 2. But that long backstretch gets those speeds up, throwing those RPMs through the roof as they make their way through the final parts of the track. The 219 Instant Velocity, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen brought in a time of 63.701. 63.701. On that last and final qualifying run, Bad Habit had some issues. Went down and asked them, what's going on? Are you going to get it fixed? They had some fuel pump issues. I saw about 6 people deep inside of that hull. That's a Jet Speed LTD hull. That's another one of our manufacturers. Built right here in the USA down in Eugene, Oregon. New Zealand design, but American made. Brought to you by Tacoma Hydraulics, T&S Enterprise. Rev it up energy. Once again, look up Jet Speed LTD. They're out of Eugene, Oregon, not too far away. They have 13 boats already out in production. More on the way. Get yourself on that waiting list. 2027, we'll be bringing the Worlds. They will have a boat geared up and ready for you. Scott Rapp behind the wheel. Jay Lynn Rapp, the navigator, in our 36 Bad Habit Racing. Last qualifying round, the 36 of Bad Habit with those fuel pump issues. Thanks to the great work of their hard-working team, they have a 64.842. 64.842. You want to get involved in racing, look up Jet Speed Limited, Jet Speed LTD. New Zealand designed, but American made right down there on the other side of the border in Eugene, Oregon. Brought to you by Tacoma Hydraulics, T&S Enterprises. Rev it up energy. That rounds up our first round in the LS class. Moving forward to the modified class and to the A400s. In the A400, we have 11 entries. Out on the track right now is the 21, Larry Steele and Sammy McKinney. Their fastest time of the weekend is a 75.773. Sounds like they got a little bogged out, got a little too close to the beach over there in turn 7, channel 7. Guanaloco makes their way back onto the trailer in the number 21, driven by Larry Steele, navigated by Sammy McKinney. They had a time of 71.964. That's a 71.964. Racing comes all across the United States, along with around the world. We are very lucky to have 2 of our Australian drivers and navigators that have made their way all the way from Victoria, Australia, out here on the course. Husband and wife team, Mandy and Sandy, love spin boat racing so much. Last year, decided to give each other their wedding vows right at the beach side of a sprint boat track. Just in another week, they'll be celebrating their first anniversary. Got a little close to the beach over there on that corner. Been able to straighten it out and make our way through the middle of the course. You'll see they'll take a left-hand turn right down here on the south end of the course. Through channel number 2. Back through the north side of the track, through channel number 4, back through channel number 3. Quick little hairpin turn through channel number 2. The G-forces these drivers are hitting at about 5 to 6 Gs. They're strapped in by a 5-point harness to make the final draw down that back stretch and back through the final part of the timing track. Why Not Racing? The number 31, husband and wife team, Michael and Sandy. We call Michael Bam Bam. Bam Bam was able to knock out a 73.918. 73.918. Next out, the 86 Juggernaut. Driven by husband and wife team as well, Jason and Sam Christ out of Burley, Idaho. Brought to you by Red Ox Bio Nutrition, a fertilizing company. Make sure you reach out to them. They do all kinds of fertilizing for your local environment and aggregation. Red Ox Bio Nutrition. Jeff Halstead Photography, one of our great photographers roaming around the pits, through the track, and through our race fans. Also Dwayne of 208 and AMSOIL. 2024, he was a victory with 3 for 3 wins. Trying to take that checkered flag home after this weekend in the 2026 Yakima ASBR Pro Racing Series. as the 86 of Juggernaut comes on in with husband and wife team Jason and Sam Christ. They have a time of 66.821. 66.821. If you're listening in on our live stream, we do thank you for listening in all across the United States and worldwide. Keep track of these times. We are done with all of our qualifying. Now we're coming down to the final cuts. Winner take all at the end of the day. We'll take home that checkered flag. Right now, we have our A400 class, 11 entries here. Juggernaut making their way. Sorry. Once again, with a time of 66.821. 85 of Nothing Butts out onto the track right now. Pushing 400 cubic inch Chevy motor inside of that Spin Tech Hall. Brad Castle out of Otis Orchards, Washington. Dakota Hambach out of Medicine Lake, Washington. Brought to you by First Class Signs, Ray and Roy Automotive. Image Graphics, Precision Propeller. Marking his spot on the top with a 64.920. The fastest in our A400 so far is a 64.920 in the 85 Nothing Butts, driven by Brad Castle and Dakota Hembrook. Next out, gonna wheel them around, bring them down to the start line there in the 55. Checkmate, driven by Frank Toffelmark and Kelly Toffelmark out of Toffelmark Federal Credit Union. Marshall Machinery and Specialty. Hudson Loyalty, Hospitality and Catering for all of your hospitality and events. Take them all the way from Castle Rock, the base of Mount Rainier. Had 8 years of top funny car racing. Then he decided to bring that knowledge of speed right here out onto the water for our jet speed racing. He is racing a jet speed limited haul. Got a few of those hauls out here on the track. Make sure you check them out at Jet Speed LTD. Having some issues going out of turn 3, channel 3 to channel 2. But a great run, made up a little bit of that time as he made his way through the west side of the course. Down through the back stretch for the final time, one left-hand turn, and through the traps. I hope all of our race fans out there are having a good time. We, as race crews, teams, and officials, are loving the weather over here. Perfect, ideal water conditions. Last night, they dunked a little bit more water into the track to give these drivers a little bit more speed. The 55 of Checkmate brought in his time of 62.060. 62.060. The 156 of Bad Influence Racing next out onto the track. Make sure you go on your social media, check them out, follow them along on their racing series for 2026. That's Bad Influence 156 across all of your social media platforms. A husband and a wife team here. We love to watch Stephen and Randy Church. As they watch the green flag drop, they'll hammer it down and make it through a 24-turn racing track. Out of Cheshire, Oregon, brought to you by Cobalt Computer Services, Oregon Motor Coach, Order of Man, Gateway Material, Hogan Solutions. Steve Church, known not only here in the United States, but also was able to travel over to New Zealand and Australia to do some sprint boat racing. Finished second place in the Lewiston, Idaho race just a few weeks ago. He's also another driver in our Jet Speed Limited Racing Hall. He makes his way out of Channel 3 to go race his way down Channel 2. These channels are only about 10 feet wide and 2 feet deep. During our qualifying runs, all of these drivers are still getting familiar with the course and with the track. Now we're down to the final cut. This is when they're going to bring out the big guns. Stephen and Randy Church did that in the 156 Bad Influence with their best time of the weekend of 60.419. 60.419. Another great hall that we see out here on our track is the Pulse Hall. There's 5 of them roaming around the pits here. The number 4 are going to make their way out onto the track. Ben Doyle at the wheel made the long trip over from North Victoria, Australia. Got his sprint boat racing career started in 2018 as he flies around our track with 400 cubic inch Chevy, brought to you by JRE Racing Engines, IGA Grocery, Rogers Motors, TD Plastic, New Zealand, proud to sponsor them with Building King. The number 4, driven by Brandon Doyle, navigated by Tina Huff, a time of 56.025. 56.025. Their best run of the weekend, 56.025. The 27 going to make their way out onto the track next. Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. I saw this just a little bit ago. They have these really cute little mini boats over there at their vendor alley, Easy Up over there. Make sure you go grab that. At the end of the day, we will be having our trophy presentation. Make sure you go grab your little mini sprint boat over there at the 27 team. Bring it over to trophy presentation and have our 2 drivers of Lily Layton and our rider of Colton sign that for you. Take that home as your souvenir of the weekend. Leighton Lilly has a need for speed as he used to race motocross, also dabbled a little bit in riverboat racing, but he's enjoying his time in his brand new Pulse Boat 27, Preventing Insanity. 55.934. 55.934 for preventing insanity.
Out here, it's all about power, precision, performance when it counts. And that's exactly what steel delivers when it's in your yard or on your job. From mowing and trimming to cleaning up, steel gives you the tools to get her done right, including full line of battery-powered solutions built with performance. Reach out to steelusa.com to explore their full lineup. Getting your hungry race fans? Make sure you go over and get a barbecue from our great barbecue and sandwiches. Also got sides and drinks. A variety of local food vendors at the main pavilion at the entrance at our food court located on the east side of the track.
The bootlegger flying around the course, driven by Matt Gallagher, navigated by Travis Houlihan. out on the track, bringing across the timer. 55.357, 55.357 for the 96 of Stars and Stripes. Jolly Rogers. The 907, Eric Werner, Jennifer Farmer come out onto the track. Their last time of the final qualifying was a 55.169, which was their fastest time of the weekend. 55.169 is the time to beat as they make their way out onto the track for their final cut. Eric Werner, Jennifer Farmer, sporting that Spring Tech Hall. Jennifer out of Quinault, Washington. Eric from Wrangell, Alaska. With a time of 55.950. 55.950. We had to make a quick adjustment on the last exit eye, which was what we call those. That's the timing trigger over there. As our drivers make their way out onto the track, you can see over on the east side of our track, a giant start line. You'll see two black tubes. Inside of those black tubes is our timing triggers. They'll go through, do the 24-point turn out here on the track, and finish down here on the south end of the lake and swoop their way through our, you call it the swimming pool. I like to call it the swimming pool. It's a little bit deeper than the rest of the track. Track is about 2 feet deep is all. Last year, 2025, we saw this young kid take home the checkered flag. Got the eye on the prize to do it again this year. 20-year-old Ritter Rogers inside the driver's seat. His good friend Cole Kitts, the navigator, seeing times in this boat of 53 and 54. See if he can drop that down into the lower 50s on this run. Ritter Rogers goes through channel 4, takes that quick turn down channel number 2, down the back stretch on the west side of our track, the long stretch on the east, and flying through the traps in the 285. he must have heard me talking about dropping it down to the 52s and said challenge on. I'm going to go even better. That is a 51.949. A 51.949. Those are the Pulse race boats out there. We want to promote our Pulse race boats. They have 36 in production. Make sure you go onto your Instagram and Facebook. They also have some great TikTok videos out there for the Pulse Racing for River Rogers. Lono Local comes through. $75.184, $75.184 for Larry Steele and Sammy McKinney. Unfortunate thing, hopped over the island over there, between canals 2 and 3. Lost a little bit of control. Is hoping he's going to be able to stay on track, but not able to do it. That's a DNF for Full Tilt Racing 03. Jet ski Jason got a line onto our full tilt racing. We'll bring him back in, get him loaded up onto the boat launch, onto their trailer. A reminder, over there on Vendor Alley, Slippery Pickle has some cooling towels for sale over there. I want to see those cooling towels keeping all of our race fans cool, but when we see the Slippery Pickle come out, I want to see them as their rally towels. So make sure you run down, go get your Slippery Pickle cooling towel down there in Vendor Island. And I want to see those things waving all over the place. All right, we're going to get Jet Ski Jason mounted out, get our island hoppers back out into their appointed positions. Race fans, let's give our island hoppers a big round of applause for all the work they've been up to today. Oh, I don't know. I think they deserve a bigger round of applause for our island hoppers. Island hoppers, how about you go ahead and give a big wave and a round of applause to all of our race fans out there. Oh, I'm not seeing any of you guys jumping around. If you race fans want to join the best seat in the house and be an island hopper, make sure you reach out to ASBR Pro Racing. We are going to be back here in just a month on August 15th, or 2 months, August 15th and 16th. Got a little bit of time to get signed up to be one of those island hoppers. Make sure you reach out to ASBR. That stands for American Spit Boat Racing Pro Series. For all those around the world listening in on our live stream, we thank you very much. Make sure you chime in of where you are listening from and who you're cheering on. Got some of our fastest racers across the United States right here in Yakima, Washington. We have brought our numbers up from the 2025 because last year was our first time here. Our race teams went home, messaged out to all the other race teams and said how much fun they had here, brought their friends out. And now we are doubling up on our numbers. 2027, we'll be bringing in even higher numbers middle of August for the 2027 World Series for Sprint Boat Racing. The 154 of Purcell Racing. Brother, sister, Jeff Purcell and Margaret Purcell make their way out onto the track, come out from Tacoma, Washington. Last year, finished third on the podium. All thanks to their great engine builder of Randy Jameson. They want to thank the Swindoll family from Tacoma all the way to Nashville, Tennessee for all the work they've done. Papa Jim Hyatt in the pits helping them out as well. They are racing in a Jetco Hall powered by a 358 Chevy. Great run by the Purcell Racing. They make their way to the spin-out pool. 76.266 was their time on that run. 76.266 for the 154 Purcell Racing. Jesse Denton, Tammy Armstrong inside of the Slipstream Hall, driving for Wishy-Washy Laundromat in the 611 Slippery Pickle. They've had some great runs already this weekend with a 67.850, a 64.233. Their last run is 65.375. We run a 3 qualifying runs, and we bring it down to a 9, then a 6, then a 3 cut. Make sure you grab your rally towel over there at the Slippery Pickle. They do have swag for sale over there, t-shirts, sweatshirts. If you get the chance, come into the pits and make sure you say hi to Debbie while you're in there. Makes his way through channel number 3. Take a quick hairpin turn down channel number 2. Right smack dab through the middle of the course over to the west side. For one last run down that backstretch. Through channel number 1 down to the finish line. Slippery Pickle 611 completes that run with a 67.020. Write it down, folks, a 67.020 for the 611 Slippery Pickle. The Bad Habit, number 76, driven by Alex Hexby and Katie Brownsburg, out onto the track. Brand new to our racing series. They have been stepping up their times every time they've hit the track, getting more and more comfortable inside of that sprint boat. For our rookie drivers, here's how they must be qualified. They have to put their helmets, arm restraints, gloves on, be fully strapped into the 5-point harness. After that, they close their eyes. They must be able to find and turn off the kill switch, unbuckle themselves, and get out of the boat without assistance. Bad Habit comes back with a time of 73.687, 73.687. Taking the course, the track is going to be the other half of Bad Habit Racing, number 36, driven by Scott and Jaylene Rapp out of Linwood, Washington. Jet Speed LTD Hall, Jet Speed Limited, won in Idaho just a few weeks ago. Still coming off that high. These boats are New Zealand designed and American made. As you can see, just flying across the track, these are a 10 to 13 foot aluminum boat. Boat motor and driver and navigator all weigh anywhere from about 1,000 to 1,400 pounds. These drivers are trying to do everything they can to skiff off the weight that they can. I heard some drivers talking about changing the batteries out on these from a car battery all the way down to a jet ski battery. All right, the 36 of Bad Habit had some fuel pump issues. Apparently the new fuel pump in there worked out pretty darn good for him with a 61.899, 61.899. Instant velocity in that red rocket number 219 brings in a 70.856. 70.856. Out on the track is our number 86. They call that boat the Juggernaut. Driven by Jason, navigated by his lovely wife, Sam Christ, out of Burley, Idaho. They are inside of a Witchcraft Hall, built in 2014, one of the last ones around, powered by a 401 Dart small block Chevy. Redox Bio Nutrition Fertilizer, Jeff Halstead Photography, Dwayne 208, and Amsoil Oil, proud to present the 86 Juggernauts. '86 of Juggernaut brings in a time of 67.940. 67.940. Little bit of trouble navigating over there on the north side of the track, down through channel number 3. See if he can make up some time as he comes down through the west side of the track. Just about spins it out. Goes through channel number 2, down that north side one more time. Ready for the hairpin turn out of 3, back through 2. A great run for the Nuckenfuts. They go through the middle of the course, down that back stretch through the last time. That's going to be the Nuckenfuts Racing. All right, Nuckenfuts, you've had quite the weekend. A couple DNS underneath your belts, a couple times right around 65 seconds. But you brought the big guns out for the final cuts. The Nuckenfuts with a 62.350. Their best time of the weekend. So race fans, if that's the one you're cheering them on, you've done a wonderful job of cheering them on because they got a 62.350. We're running our A400 class out on the course right now, or on the track, 413 cubic inches. Got a lot of horsepower inside those 10 to 13 foot boats. 680 to 780 horsepower. These drivers and navigators are throwing themselves around inside the cockpits with about 5 to 6 Gs. Got a need for speed. Check out our sprint boats at ASBR Pro Racing Series. Frank Kelly. 12 mark make their way out onto the track. Yesterday they were running about the mid-60s. They just finished up with a 62.060 on their last run. See if they can jump that down a little bit for our final cuts. They call this boat the Checkmate. Sponsored by Mark Federal Credit Union, Marshall Machinery and Specialties. This team was your 24 and 25 modified High Point champions as they wave their way down through the final backstretch. See what their time is. It looks like it might have been a little bit faster than their last previous times. Checkmate brings in a time of 61.729. 61.729. You're following along with the times that we've been announcing all weekend. That's their best time of the weekend. Once again, Checkmate number boat 55 with a 61.729. I always love watching these two on and off the track. Husband and wife team, Stephen and Randy Church out of Cheshire, Oregon. Make sure you jump onto your social media to see them at Bad Influence 156, showing off those beautiful colors of the red, white, and blue. Driving their way down channel number 7 through 8. You'll see that they make their way back to the north side of the track. They'll take a quick, got awfully close to the bankment on that side. A hairpin turn out of 3 into 2. Giving our drivers quite the challenge here with 24 turns to memorize as they make their way out into the track here in Yakima. But they're loving the end results as they get to go hammer it down through that long backstretch right into the spin out pool. The Bad Influence Racing, number 156, with a 60.774, a 60.774. I think I'm going to start calling this boat the Stealth Rider. It's like a black boat comes out of the blue and just hauls all the way around the track. It's one of our Post racing boats. Reach out to Post Race Boats on your social media of Instagram and Facebook. They also have a TikTok page. Make sure you look for all of their racing experiences there. The Girlfriend. They call this boat the Girlfriend. Tina Huff, you can go ahead and clap a little louder and a little bigger because you just raced your fastest time at 55.755. Brennan Doyle, Tina Huff inside the girlfriend. Brings in a 55.755. Lily hammers it down to bring that boat out onto the track. That's the number 27. Another one of our post-racing boats out here on the track. Red Rocket, I'm going to call that one. Make sure you make your way down to Vendor Alley. They do have some cool little miniature sprint boats for sale down there. Grab yourself a couple of those, bring them over to trophy presentation at the end of the day. Get your signature from Leighton Lilly and Cody Hoser. Official time on that run is 55.590. Preventing Insanity 27 with a time of 55.590. All right, we're making some last minute adjustments out here onto the track for our timing system. Then we'll be sending out our next sets. We're getting down to the final cuts here. So this is when you want to lay your bets down. Who's your favorite driver out there? Is it Jolly Rogers? Isn't 509 a bad idea? Are you going to be cheering on the 33? How about that Nuckenfuts boat? Make sure you lay your bets down. Don't forget, we have trophy presentation right after our finals over there at the entrance of the pavilion. Make sure you come on over. All the drivers will be there. They want to get your picture with you. All right, as Wrong Way Ron makes his way out of the course, he's doing this with some big eyes above him. Josh Reynolds cheering him on from the race skies of heaven as he brings out that green flag. You know he's racing not only for his team, but he's racing for Josh Reynolds. great run by Ron as he makes his way down that backstretch. Works his way out of Canal 3 to Canal 2 through the middle of the course. He'll come right up to you, race fans. Make sure you give him a big old wave as he makes his last run down the backstretch through the traps to give us a time. That was a great run by the number 33. Ron Gallagher and Travis McCollin inside the bootlegger, number 33, a time of 63.015. 63.015 for the number 33 bootlegger. Jolly Rogers 556 comes whipping in through the spin out tube. The 556 Jolly Rogers at 59.497. 59.497. I have to admit I do follow this one a little bit. That's a Jolly Rogers 907. I follow them on my social media. Always fun to watch these guys out here, but it's better to listen to it. As that green flag goes up, you'll know what I mean once he hammers it down. Kicks in the turbine, spits out some of that methanol fuel. Eric Warner and Jennifer Farmer, Haxby Speed and Marine, Jolly Rogers 907. He was your 2025 A400 class champion. You can hear how he had to feather that throttle just a little bit to get through the hairpin turn out of channel 3 into channel 2. But he hammers it back up, makes up that time very quickly coming across that that finish line. The Jolly Rogers with a 907. 54.698 for the Jolly Rogers 907. 54.698. running through our unlimited class. Unlimited, just like any other kind of racing. When they bring out anything possible, you'll see that there's a giant M on the back of that boat. That tells our island hoppers he's not running just regular pump fuel. He's running methanol. So at this point, you'll see all of our island hoppers will make their way over towards him, but they will do it extremely cautiously because we all know methanol fuel, you cannot see if it's ignited. Each one of our drivers is out there on the course with their safety gear on. Safety gear is 5 to 6 layer fire suits, the fireproof head sock, fireproof gloves and shoes. They also wear a highly secured neck restraint and strapped in by a 5-point harness. Island hoppers will make sure that our driver and our navigator are just fine. I'm going to see if they can push that back out onto the course. That is the Stars and Stripes boat, driven by Bert Roberts and Terry Lavelle. We're going to go ahead and give a call out to Jet Ski Jason as he makes his way out onto the track to give his help. We are excited to be here this weekend. We'll be venturing our way back here to Yakima August 15th and 16th. So make sure you purchase your tickets online at statefairpark.org. Once again, get your tickets now, statefairpark.org. We have great seating. We have our VIP section over there. I know that they're enjoying their nice Modelo sodas. Well, their beverages. Okay, they're enjoying their beverages. We do have lots of food vendors over there. Make sure you keep your bellies full and keep hydrated over there. We also have our trophy presentation at the main pavilion shortly after our finals. We invite all of our race fans to come over there to get your pictures with these drivers and navigators and teams. They also do have their swag available over there. Make sure you grab your slippery pickle rally towel over there. If you're feeling lucky, make sure you purchase your ticket, your Washington State lottery ticket. On your way home, make sure you stop by at Legends Casino and Hotel in Toppenish for all your gaming, dining, and great night's sleep. Make sure you go to the Sega Spa for a relaxing time. We want to thank Valley Mall for giving us a large chunk of their parking lot on Friday night for our Sprint Boat Show and Shine. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring in the Stars and Stripes number 96. Get them back onto their trailer for more racing as we get a big old wave from Miss Level. Guys and girls in our sports of sprint boat racing must be 18 years of age to be able to be a driver, 16 to be a navigator. Sounds like there might be some steering issues when you come in holding your steering wheel and the pulley. That's never a good sign. I mean, literally holding the pulley in his left hand. I haven't seen that one before. Always something new when it comes to boat racing. So I'm asking all of those mechanics out there, if you want to go help out the 96 Stars and Stripes, run on down. The pits are open to the public. See if you can help them get that pulley right back onto that boat so we can get back out later on this afternoon. These drivers and crews are always looking for your knowledge, so if you are a mechanic, you know how to work on a short block Chevy. Come on over to the pits, tell them how you can help out. As the temperature is still rising over here in Yakima, Washington, I want to give a huge shout out to Rev Energy Drinks. Just got handed one of those. Tastes like a giant Jolly Rancher. Rev Up Energy Seltzer. These are really good. I might have to stock up on these things. Rev Up Energy, your energy seltzer. Loud and proud, River Rogers in the 285. Going to make his way out onto the track. A young 22-year-old. When he's not out here racing his sprint boat, in the wintertime, you'll see out him racing his motorcycle in the snow. Loves to go out snowmobiling in the wintertime too. River Rogers brought to you by Rogers Motors, TD Plastics, Gateway, JRE Motor Builder, Collier Electric, Dynamic Design. He's so popular, he has a sponsor all the way out of New Zealand, Building King. River Rogers out onto the track right now in the 285. The 285 driven by River Rogers, a time of 51.960. 51.960. All right, we're on the clock. Going to local. Looks like they're having some motor issues. Got about 6 heads inside of that hall right now. Be able to see if they're going to get out there. We give them a 5-minute clock. They have 5 minutes to dig their head inside of that big block, short block motor, see if they can get it out onto the track. Would like to give a big shout out to all of our local sponsors here. Our presenting sponsor, Pendleton Excavating and Paving out of Selah, Washington. Our ASBR series sponsor, Steel, for all of your motor power products. Washington Lottery. Make sure you go over and grab yourself an ice cold Coca-Cola over at the Happy Truck. Legends Casino and Hotel. Over there, they've got a nice misting tent for you to cool down. The Valley Mall offered up part of their parking lot to give us our show and shine so we can show off our toys. Modelo. Over there at the VIP Experience Center. Make sure you get your VIP tickets. We'll be back here on August 15th and 16th for our next race. That'll be the third of our series races. Mark it on your calendar, August 15th and 16th. If you're visiting here from the west side, aka west side of Washington, July 25th and 26th, we'll be over in Port Angeles. Look up our schedule at ASBR Pro Racing Series. They also have great videos and photos for you to see of all the racing experiences this weekend, along with past races. Got some great photographers floating around all of the pits. Make sure you look up JeffHelstedPhotography.com. Jeff Helstead Photography. I've seen the 208 Photography roaming around the pits. They've got some great footage from this weekend. Take your own pictures, throw them across your social media, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Tell them that you're here for the 2026 ASBR Pro Racing Series. We're excited to announce all of our race fans and our teams enjoyed this track so much, we've been granted the 2027 Worlds. So in 2027, mid-August, they'll be traveling all from the United States to come here to race here in the Palm Springs of Washington. Jeff and Margaret Purcell give a good wave to us here at the official stand as they make their way out onto the track. Their last timing run was 76.266. See if they can step that down just a little bit. Get it down to the 75 stage. Purcell Racing out of Tacoma, Washington. A brother and sister team. They want to give a big shout out to the Swindoll family from Tacoma all the way out to Nashville, Tennessee, where they're out there on their vacation. Also want to thank Papa Jim Hyatt in the pits. The big puzzle piece that keeps this puzzle together is their engine builder, Randy Jameson. Gift across the bank over there coming into channel number 2. Hammers it down through the north side of the track. Down for the final stretch. The 154 Purcell Racing. Brother-sister team, Jeff and Margaret Purcell. Even with that little kick off the bank, going into channel 2, he was able to knock that time down to a 74.130. 74.130, an impressive run by Jeff and Margaret Purcell. The Slippery Pickle runs on pickle juice, driven by Jesse Denton and navigated by Tammy Armstrong. Down there on Vendor Alley, they've got rally towels. Make sure you go grab your rally towel and cheer them on as they finish up through the final cuts here in the 2026 Yakima race here for ASBR Pro Racing Series. Their last time was a 67.020. Got a little hung up as they were coming out and going around channels 6 through 7. Slippery Pickle might have put a little bit of extra pickle juice into that 611. Dropped that time down to a 66.865. So excited they decided to go ahead and jump on it, grab that checkered flag. A great finish by the 611 Slippery Pickle. Takes the victory with a 66.865. All right, race fan, we still got more racing to go, but there's still time to run over to Vendor Alley over to that Slippery Pickle. They've got a large tent over there with lots of swag. If you want to take home the winning swag, make sure you run down there and grab that. We will have trophy presentations shortly after our final runs. We still do have some. Grab that swag, bring it on over to trophy presentation and get your signature of the victory winners over there, the Slippery Pickle, driven by Jesse Denton and Tammy Armstrong. '76 makes their way out onto the track. One half of our Bad Habit Racing, driven by Alex Hexby. Katie Brunsberger in the navigation seat. Two of our younger, brand new drivers, rookie drivers into our Sprint Road Series. I have watched him all day long drop those times smaller and smaller, getting even more comfortable with the time. Started off his weekend with a 96.320. Dropped that down on the fifth cut to an 88. Dropped it again on the sixth cut with an 80.354. Then ran a 76.185. Then dropped it even more to a 73.687. Talk about most improved driver just in 2 days of racing here. Congratulations, Bad Habit. You did it again. You dropped it even farther. Let's give him a big round of applause. At a 72.780. Red Rocket, Instant Velocity, 219 out of Longview, Washington. Gonna make his way out on the track. Hammer it down and fly across the track. 24 turns to navigate through our track here. So far, he's had some times of 65.477, 63.466. His best time has been 63.242 over the weekend. He'll make his way out of channel number 3, a hairpin turn through channel number 2, straight through the middle of the course, down the west side of the track, back up to the north side, and make the flying run down to the finish line. .19 of Instant Velocity, drop that time down to a 63.608. That's a 63.608. Kind of become a little bit more of a race fan for this number 36 Bad Habit Racing. They were so gracious to bring me up a nice drink, the Rev Up Energy. I took one sip out of this and said, I am sold. Make sure you go find yourself a Rev Up energy drink. Tastes like a giant Jolly Rancher. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much to the Bad Habit Racing. That is one heck of a good energy drink. Once again, Rev Up Energy. Also brought to you by Tacoma Hydraulics, T&S Enterprises. Made the trip all the way over from Western Washington and Linwood, Washington. Do that just a few weeks ago. They were over in Lewiston, Idaho. He took the checkered flag there. That's Jack and Jalen Rapp in the 36 Bad Habit Racing. Bad Habit Racing and the number 36 brings in a time of 61.999. That will officially give him the checkered flag. All right, race fans, let's go ahead and give a hand. Stand up as he comes by for his victory lap. It's going to be Bad Habit Racing, powered by Rev Up Energy. Scott and Jalen Rapp inside. Powerhousing that Jet Speed LTD Hall. New design out of New Zealand, American made. Make sure you sign up to get your Jet Speed Limited Racing Hall for Jet Speed Racing. These two have seen victory lane many times. We'll see if they can grab another checkered flag as they give each other the big heads up, knuckle fist pump. That's the Bad Influence Racing of the 156 husband and wife team, Stephen and Randy Church out of Cashier, Oregon. They too would be powerhousing around in that Jet Speed Limited Hall. Their last time was a 60.774 on their last run. See if they can make that into the 59s. Took a little bit of a hard turn on that hairpin turn out of 3 into channel number 2, but you can see he says, I know I got to make up that time, and he is full throttle coming across that finish line. Bad Influence Racing, 156 with a time of 60.876. 60.876. There's a variety of different hulls when it comes to sprint boat racing. You'll see the stealth boat coming out. That's going to be the number 4. That is a Pulse boat. Make sure you check them out at Pulse Race Boats on your social media. They have a number of them out there. This one is called The Girlfriend. Pure Insanity, Preventing Insanity, Stars and Stripes, and Velocity, all Pulse race hulls here in Yakima for the 2026 ASBR Pro Racing Series. Well, we all know we have lots of race fans all across the United States and across the world. We know Brandon's wife is watching all the way from North Victoria, Australia, cheering on the Girlfriend number 4. You're keeping track. Their time was a 55.270 for the number 4, the Girlfriend. Another part of our Pulse Hall Racing team out onto the track. Call that the Red Rocket, Preventing Insanity. Inside the cockpit, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer out of Lewiston, Idaho. One of 5 of the Pulse race boats here. Currently 36 of them out onto the tracks all across the world. Brought to you by Rogers Motors, 2D Plastic, Gateway, JRE Motor Builder, Dynamic Design, Whatever Boat Shop. All right. The numbers have been tallied. The times are in the book. The checkered flag is out. Leighton Lilly takes home another victory in the 27 Red Rocket, Preventing Insanity. Get up on your toes and your feet up there, race fans. Let's give them a big round of applause. The 27 Preventing Insanity will take the checkered flag. Still time to go down to the vendor alley. They have little mini race boats down there that you can buy. Bring those over to the trophy presentation and have them sign that little race boat. Congratulations one more time. The 27 Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. We're getting down to our final cuts here. Next out is our unlimited class. We're gonna go ahead and bring out one half of our Jolly Rogers team. The 556. Driven by Dustin Springer, navigated by Don Davies. Speed and Marine brings the 556 Jolly Rogers out onto the track. Loud and proud are our unlimited class. May have had a couple trip ups coming down here on the south end of the track. See if he can make that up. As he makes his way back up to the north, he'll cut right down to the middle through track 3, a hairpin turn through track to canal number 2. Back through the middle of the course on the west side to the top of the course on the north end, and he'll freestyle it down the backstretch. Had a little bit of a troubles on the south end of that course in the beginning, but was able to push through with a 60.022. That's the 556 Jolly Rogers with a time of 60.022. They give one big high five to their crew. The crew shoves out the 907 Jolly Rogers, driven by Eric Warner, navigated by Jennifer Farmer, brought to you by Haxby Speed and Marine. He's your 2025 A400 champion. Wants to take home the checkered flag in our unlimited class. We'll see if he can do it, but he can do it with all of our fans up on your feet. Let's give Eric Warner a big cheers. He comes down across the start line. Eric Warner's brought in times as low as 55.247 and 55.169 through this weekend. We'll see if he can drop that down and take the checkered flag. This comes down for the final turn through the cut and across the finish line into the spin out pool. Jolly Rogers 907, a time of 54.525. 54.525. across the world. He's been able to travel over to New Zealand where he won the LS class. He was your winner in 2025 right here in Yakima. 2025 was his year as he was undefeated through the whole season. Loud and proud and awfully bright in that orange 285, flying around the course. His last run was a 51.960. He was able to drop off that time to a 51.720. Back-to-back wins. Congratulations. Checkered flag belongs to you once again, River Rogers and Cole Keats. Brought to you by Rogers Motors, TD Plastics, Gateway, Pulse Race Boats, JRE Motor Builder, Dynamic Design, and all the way out of New Zealand, Building King, Jetta Media, DHC Concrete, Jet Tech, and VSR Industries. We would like to once again thank all of our local sponsors. Pendleton Excavating and Painting out of Selah, Washington. Reach out to them at 509-697-7066. Once again, that's Pendleton Excavating and Paving, 509-697-7066. Make sure you grab an ice cold Coca-Cola over there from the Happy Truck. They'll be glad to help you out. Washington Lottery, Legends Casino and Hotel, offering a great misting tent over there at the VIP Center. Valley Mall for opening up part of their parking lot for our show and shine. And of course, Modelo, keeping all of our race fans happy. All right. Somebody's pretty excited. Well, race fans, we couldn't have done this without our CEO, Miss Kathy. She has done so much work to bring us here to the Yakima Fairgrounds. We're going to go ahead and give her a little ride and drive experience. Kathy's out there getting the experience of 5 to 6 G's inside of one of our sprint boats. Make sure you give her a big old wave. We want to thank Kathy for everything she does. Gonna want a heck of a ride out there on our track. Gonna go ahead and run through the whole 24-turn course. Can't wait to see the smile on that girl's face when she comes back in. Also, want to give a big shout out to our angel above, Josh Reynolds. Thank you for keeping all of our drivers safe this weekend. We have trophy presentation here shortly at the entrance of the pavilion. Make sure you come on down. Drivers will be down there with their teammates and crews. Make sure you get your signatures. They'd love to see you. We want to thank everybody for coming out, all of our race fans, our VIP centers. Oh, well, that's going to give her quite the experience. This is what it feels like to beach a split boat. Once again, thank you again, Kathy, for everything you do to bring us here, our second year. We're excited to be coming back August 15th and 16th, and proud to be excited to tell everybody 2027 we'll be bringing the World Series here in the Palm Springs of Washington, Yakima. And then as an added bonus, we gave her the checkered flag to go ahead and do a victory lap. So let's give her a big old wave. She comes around for her victory lap. Once again, we do have trophy presentation. We'll be shortly over right at the entrance of the pavilion. A great way to get your picture with all of our drivers, teams, and crews. We'll be seeing you over there shortly. Want to thank all of our race fans for being here. Make sure when you leave, you do drive safely. Stop by at all the gas station, groceries, eateries. Tell them that you're here in the Yakima Fairgrounds for the sprint boat racing. Remember, keep your speed and racing on the water and safety on the pavement. Y'all have a great day. We'll see y'all at trophy presentation.